Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Rod. Hey, Daniel. Hi, Bill. Hey, Dr. Dave and John. Hope everything's okay, John. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Andrew. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Derek. Hi, Daniel, Tuxedo, Lucas, Shrimp Father, Aetherling. What else do we have here? Hey, Bob. Hey, Greenbeard. How is everyone? Oh, Steve. Okay. Oh, let me put these away. These are my headphones. Back on the, there's an Oscar. Back on the Micron stream. Here, let's do this. Then we get some Oscar on here. So this is where we left off on. Oh, okay. We'll go that instead. There we go. Hey, Patrick. Hey, another CG and Steven. Hey, Spectra and John, Nadir, Redacted. Felix is around here somewhere. So last stream we did a lot of wiring, a lot of the bed fan wirings, all of the DC and AC wiring under the deck is done. There's an Oscar antenna in the frame, yeah. So now we are going to continue. And I'm hoping, I don't know if I'm a little optimistic. I've been far too optimistic all week on my projects, but I'm hoping we can finish the mechanical assembly today. And then that'll leave firmware set up and print next week. So, my Trident Z-Rod screw nuts wore out. Palm, what material should I use for the replacement? Get Vision Miner guys to print them in peak CF. I would be looking at the cause of the failure there, Derek, because I have palm nuts on a lot of Tridents without, I may not print as much as you, but I've not had worn issues with mine. If you send me a message, we can probably chat about some of the possible causes and some things to look for. So, hey, Scott. Hi, FBWA. What frame is, the frame is black, what colors to choose? I'll let chat chime in with any suggestions. I mean, you have the full spectrum of colors there, Navdir. Everything will go with a black frame. And thank you for the super chat there, Derek. Redacted, thanks for being a member. My son is that age. Not months, years. Hey, Turtle. Hey, Rick. Okay, so let's, real quick, I finally finished a shop project. If you're on the Discord, you've seen pictures. I can't get a great view in camera, but the printer shelf is done. Woohoo! Yay! It's about freaking time. I was working on this all week. That's why we didn't do a member stream yesterday. I kept thinking, maybe I'll finish it tonight. That started on Tuesday. Maybe I'll finish it tonight. I finished it yesterday. So, I am very pleased. There are the 3 printers there. I think that the top shelf is probably more suited for a V2. Give a little better view of the build sheet and first layer stuff, but I'm pretty happy. It is very stable, Turtle, as far as the shelf itself, but I am going to anchor it to the wall. There is a stud right behind the shelf. I'm just going to make a printed part and throw a screw into the stud and into the frame, and it does shake, but not a lot. It's right up against the cabinet right there. It doesn't bang against the cabinet. So, and yeah, you're right, John. Some lights would be nice. Very nice. So it is 40/40 V-slot extrusion corners, 20/20 V-slot cross braces. I bought the cheapest cheese grade aluminum extrusions I could find on Amazon because it's a shelf. I didn't really have any major problems because of that. It does have feet. It has adjustable feet down there. There's a part there that's done printing. I need to pull off the plate. I printed some adapters for those feet in PPACF and used some wood insert adapters for the threads for that. I printed, if you can see in the background there, some of the cross bracing. Those are 2020 extrusions with some 45-degree angled ends that are printed in the PPACF. And then all of the shelves are MDF, but they're all cut. They're all cut to set in, because it's 3/4 inch MDF there and only about 1/2 inch exposed. So 1/4 inch is recessed down into the extrusions. I only left myself 0.2 millimeters of total clearance around all the extrusions, and they did slide in. I didn't have to change anything. This was an opportunity to use the mill. I shortened the 40/40 extrusions on the corners by 45 millimeters and squared everything up with the mill. And I actually had assembled this frame before. You've seen it on the channel. It was 26 inches or 660 millimeters square as the shelf surface, because I was going to put the Prusa enclosure on it, and that's a big box. And since I don't have that anymore, since the Core 1 came out, I gave the enclosure away, and I realized I could shorten this. So it's shortened in depth by almost 6 inches. So it fits the space so much better. It fits so much better in there. I can get to everything. I'm very happy. Very happy. So that is that. That is a completed, nearly complete shop project. I need some power management. I need to find a spot to put a power strip to run to the various printers in there. And I need to anchor it to the wall. Maybe some lighting. Hey, Benny. Hey, Neil. So yeah, I am pleased. So is Oscar. Oscar's pleased too. So one of my but a project along those same lines is I am going to shorten my workbench here by 8 inches. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to add so much room to this area. The bins in front of me are 8 inches off of the wall. So if I shorten this thing by 8 inches and move those back to the wall, I haven't lost any space. So I used the Shapeoko to cut the panels. I used the mill to true up the extrusions. I used the printers to print parts. It was a whole shop project. I'm probably missing a few messages here. So if you asked a question you want answered, instead of me sitting there and reading through chat again, go ahead and ask it again. Okay, so does that smell? Apparently, does it smell good? Hey, Maurice. Hey, Noda. Okay, so we're nearly complete with the bed wiring here. We left off last week. I wanted a solution to manage the wires coming from the bed fans. They're just kind of tucked into the 15 slots here, and I got a lot of suggestions for models that are out there to print TPU or whatever pieces. I decided to roll my own. At about 11 o'clock last night, I decided to roll my own. Fortunately, this was a pretty quick model, and we can actually show that. I'm gonna step through the model here just because I think you'll like that. Let's go here. So this is what I made. What are the lengths of the extrusions? I bought what I bought from Amazon were all 4 foot or 1220 millimeter extrusions. And then I cut them down from there. So the whole shelf is 650 millimeters outside to outside wide and 520 millimeters deep. Hey, Poity. Does that answer your question there, Spectra? Okay, let me get myself situated here. So this is what I came up with for a model. Where did I put them? Here. For a model for managing these wires. I'll show you it on the printer here, but I figured we could step through a real quick design process, starting with a basic sketch. So I'm looking around to see if I have a place for one. So this is the basic sketch, setting some heights, setting a location for a mounting screw, and the different features I envisioned for this part. So just stepping through real quick, I did this 3 millimeters thick as the first part, and then extruded the part that goes over the top of the extrusion. And then I started in early, setting up some chamfers and kind of defining the final shape, because as it is right here, it's pretty much functional. It would bolt in and work. Untested, of course, but this is first try things. So some chamfers, more chamfers. Where did I put this one? Oh, that was inside here. Give the wire a little, not a sharp edge to cover. Just started to build the shape just with chamfers and stuff. It was easier than to do new sketches and extrudes. So you'll start seeing a bunch of stuff coming up. Whoa, hold on a second. What was that? Did you try to jump up on something? That was Felix. He made a big noise. Hey, Steven. This chamfer right here is critical. So we just did that one there. That one there is critical because I'm relying on wedging into the front fan to hold this in place, the bed fans. So, and then we'll go through and just kind of looking to try to stay within the style of the rest of the parts under here. So basically lots of chamfers and a couple of little fillets. And then I think, so now I've got this is the basic shape of the whole thing. It's done, but then I decided it'd probably be a good idea to control this thing vertically. So I did a line along the center line of the extrusion. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. With chamfer all the things. So line along the center line of the extrusion, and then use the thin extrude feature to just extrude a 3 millimeter thing there. Because I did use that feature, it gives me a little extra here, so I just deleted that. Just deleted the face to fix it. And then a couple more fillet or chamfers to finish it off. And that's it. Just wanted to go through that super quick. It literally took about 10 minutes last night, and I printed it this morning, and I did set it on the printer, and it looks like it's going to work just fine. So let's go ahead and close this. I don't need to save anything I did there. That's the filter stuff we were working on before. But let's see how this goes. Go ahead and put these into place. There we go. Oop. Whoop. There we go. Hey, Flying Gyroscope. Hi, Rick. So, these are the parts. Printed fine. Hey, Brent. Hey, Robert. And of course, I just mirrored it in the slicer to get each side. But this will, maybe we'll take this camera. Take you, because I think this will be a little easier to see. Oh, yeah. Ha. So I need a hex nut. Hey, no problem, Newcastle. I try to respond. If I don't respond in Discord or whatever media, it is not because I don't want to respond, usually. It's simply because between seeing your response and being able to respond, or your question and being able to respond, I have gotten distracted. So, okay, that's gonna go in there, somewhere around there. Show me more of your CAD design work. Oh, cool to see, yeah, thank you. Okay, so then this has a chamfer there, and the idea is it's gonna just wedge in right there. So if we put this in, and then that goes there, and then we just kind of get this. It's gonna be a little fiddly. Go. There we go. And then I wanted to be able to see that it was there. That goes right in there. And then that goes there. And what are we gonna use here? That's, I think an 8mm and 3 is gonna be fine. Now I have my LGX light installed and working, printing some 85A TPU. Fun. Hey, Code Paradox. What colors are those? So I am using Sirayatech, oops, hold that in place. I'm using Sirayatech glass fiber ASA for the black. And there we go. So for this to work well, I need to wedge it in up at the front, and it's not. So let's just loosen this a little bit now. Push this in and push that forward. There we go. I like that. I feel pretty good about it. For a first try, there is no test prints. This is the first time it was printed. For a first try little design, I'm pretty pleased. It will force the fan wires to stay below the bed, and was simple. Very simple. I get bad scroll brain sometimes. I see a message, write a response, and forget to send it. Hey Joey, how you doing? Okay, so glass fiber ASA, and then the orange is a color that isn't quite available from Fusion Filaments yet. It is a sun-forged orange custom color from Zirancho. This is in their gloss series of filaments. They do make a very equivalent color in their matte series called Sunfire Helix, I think. So anyway, if you are interested in getting this orange, then feel free to shoot a message over to Fusion and tell them you're interested. It is a fantastic color, and I'm glad to finally be able to use it on a build. Over a bit for now. Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. Out of stock currently. Yeah. Oh, there we go. 3D&T Printing, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, also wanted to say you did great work on the design and thought out into your Z umbilical setup. Awesome, thanks. Okay, so I'm just gonna get this in here. That pressed in, I think we can kind of wiggle that. There we go. It's right there. So that held in place. Take my tweezers, push that in. There? No. There we go. Sold out quick when everyone found it was there. Yeah. Well, Hopefully they'll get more in soon. That's it. And the fan's in front, that holds in just fine. I'm happy. I like it when stuff like that works out. Okay. So that's a little part of that project done. And then we'll get the wires in here and tied, zip tied down. That'll be good. Like that. You don't see any of that once the bed's there, of course, but. Okay, let's finish up the wiring underneath. Advantage of a printer for ants, you can toss it around. Well, don't toss it. Don't drop it, because it won't like that, but. Watching you, I pulled the trigger on building one, but there's a documentation incomplete on the GitHub. What do you, let's see, what project? Did I miss a message? Okay. Okay, let's see. So we have bed wiring, 2 fans going to the bed, that distribution block behind the bed. We have the fans for the skirts, and we have the thermistor for the bed. So let's grab this. Oh, and we have all the steppers. All the steppers. Fans for the skirts. Make me one. Okay. Let's see. I need some wire for the fans. Let's get the skirts, or the steppers wired. That's a good stepper wire. Z steppers. It's the stepper wire. Woo! I'm playing Barrel of Monkeys here. There. And one more. Okay. All the stepper wires. This one is already labeled Z1. So if we go here, we've got 0, 1, 2, 3. So Z1 should be right here, right? Am I counting right? Yeah. Then we figure out what orientation we want these to be. 0. What's this one? When I was going through here, I was pretty certain they would all but the 2 would just plug in and kind of go into place. Any spoilers on the next project? The next project is TBD, is in terms of what is ready next. Going to set a towel under this because I'm going to be shifting it around quite a bit, and I don't want to scratch up the table or the extrusions. There we go. Yeah, next project will just be a matter of what is ready when. So there is a decent chance that we'll be doing a quick one or so. This is 3. This one's 3, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. This is 1. So this guy goes here. And what did I do? I think what was I planning? 0, 1. Can this come around? Yeah. This will come down here. Power supply. Okay. That's gonna go around there. And then, well, these are all pre-labeled. That's why I'm going through. This one is 3. Oh, I thought, okay, this one must be a different one. Does this go here? Oh, that'll go there. 1, there's 3. Maybe that's the one that I needed to change. And then 0. Okay, so I'm trying to do this with the least amount of recrimping is what's going on. And I think it was, yeah, I think it was, this is the only one that's a little long for where I want to route it. So let's get some little wire ties in here. And find some, where did I put my VHB? Now I have some, probably, not there. Where was it? Oh, right here. Didn't I just look at it last night? It wasn't there. It's in here. Nope. Just looked at that last night. There it is. There it is. It's not a treat bag. Not a treat bag. Yes. That. I think Mr. is thinking it's already time for treats. Hey, Korea Rice Box. Come on, Brent. You know better than that. I can do censored words on YouTube, huh? I should do that. Okay. Dude, that's the keyboard. You don't step on the keyboard. You step directly on the keyboard. They're usually so good about avoiding that. Your friendly reminder, you haven't pinned the... Oh, I have not. Thanks, Maurice. I knew I forgot something. Dude, He suddenly learned or forgot how to avoid stepping on the keyboard. You can dream. Well, I'll build. You just got to call it the right thing. Okay, so yes, we are giving away a roll of filament just like every stream, and we are giving away a colony clacker extrusion-based door for Micron Plus, US only. So, okay, I'm kind of placing where we're gonna put these. I think I'm gonna run some wires just directly under and to the bed. So let's get some wire that we can use for the bed thermistors and fans. And we're gonna want to label those because they are gonna end up being the same color. Just gotta find reasonable wires to grab. Let's just use something like this, I think. And we need a thermistor. Yeah, we can get it out of there too. Okay, fans and thermistors. Hey Scott, welcome. Hi Zen. Hey Barden. So I just have this is just PTFE wire from a stepper. So we're just gonna recycle. Hey Admiral Adama. Hey there, Ranch Kid. Twist. I buy very little wire because I just reuse stuff. I have a surplus of wire that I could use that I just haven't used yet. So there's no point in purchasing unless there's a very specific need. On the ceiling. He's very interested in the dangling wire. I'm surprised their interest hasn't overtaken their desire to just sit there. Can I get in here? Deepen this. Oscar is on the chair. Oops. Oscar's on the chair. But Felix isn't on camera as much as Oscar, so we'll go there. I know the answer is more cat cams, but see? Oscar finds a way. Okay. So, one fan. Let's grab connector. Do I want to, can I get away with, yeah, Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Black or white, we just don't have enough to do all, and I don't want to repin to do all. My glasses. Where'd you put my glasses, Oscar? Where are my glasses? Where did I put my glasses? They should be right here. That's strange. Did I carry them to the other garage? I need like 8 more pairs of these. Just scatter them everywhere. Where did it? Okay. Guess I have to run over to the other garage. No, there they are. Found them. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna, since these are already JST, I'm just gonna bend the tines back. I just undid. We'll have one already done. We need to get a couple of labels going too, because if I don't do that, I'm gonna forget. You gently pry those up and figure you can get away with this about once, maybe twice, if you're lucky. The problem is, no matter how many pairs of those I have, they're all going to end up in the same spot over time. Then you have to scatter them again. What is the pinout on this thing? This is fans. I know it's not, there's not a standard, but I've been keeping everything consistent. So, double check. There are a couple of really good mounted glasses holders on printables. Lots of good stuff like that, but yeah. It still doesn't stop me from having them in my hand, having them ready to go, and walk to another place and then realize, oh, I don't need these on my head, so I'll set them down. And that's how they get to the next spot. No, that's not a toy. Just put air tags on my readers. Remember, glasses is the N+1. Okay, let's bring up some documentation because I'm going to need it. I need to make sure I'm in the right spots. Oh, shoot. It's okay. Well, I guess I just did the other side. Let's get some labels going. I'm going to be extra scatterbrained, I think, today. Let's get some labels going. What do I have in here? This is just laminated labels, so I need the 5.8 heat shrink. Is that an SSD on your Pi? It is. We are going to go with a Pi 5 on this because we are going to be running Calico, and I think there's some features you can enable that can take advantage of the extra compute power, and it's an opportunity to try it. Okay, let's turn this on, create a label, and clear. You can't really see this. We'll do this. Let's go, we'll go fan, bed. Need 2 of those, 1 for each end. Fan, filter, and then thermistor bed, Is that it? Is that all we need to hook up right here? With the screen, you can boot and install it over the network directly on the SSD. No need to flash an SD card first. Boots up into Raspberry Pi Imager. The main thing that doesn't work. It's not that it doesn't work total, it just doesn't have a hardware encoder for video. So you can do it in software and it's probably got enough power to do it. How am I powering the SSD? Let's cover this. So Raspberry Pi 5, I wanted to run an SSD. So I found a little wave share hat that doesn't block the GPIO ports. But that means that it's not getting auxiliary power from the GPIO ports, like the official Pi Raspberry M2 hat. Therefore, it came with a little connector here for 5 volts auxiliary in. Since it already had DuPont connectors on the end, I just grabbed 5 volts and ground from the display port here. And it was a nice, quick route over here. So that's how I'm getting auxiliary 5 volts into the hat. I am powering the Pi from the Leviathan. We will see if I run into problems with that, if it can supply enough. They do supply a Pi 5 specific IO board here. So now this Pi, I've already had this particular Pi I had flashed to use for Home Assistant. I'm repurposing it for this build. So it's already had the firmware stuff, the setting to boot from an SSD. So that's all done. So we don't need to do that. So, okay. Anything else I want to label while I'm here? Oh, I guess fan. We're gonna need the fan. What are we gonna call this? Fan electronics for the electronics bay fans. And are those, how many fan ports do I have here? I need 1, 2, 3. Oh, I've got 3. I got 4 fan ports. So we're just gonna do 2 fan electronics bays and probably just run them individually since I don't have an extra splitter. So we'll give extra outputs. I am not, Andrew. I want to be Home Assistant user. I want to be. I haven't taken the time to get it set up. I went as far as loading up a Pi to host it and played around with it a little bit, but didn't get anything actually set up. So, okay, all of these are there. We could probably, the rest of it is gonna be fine. Print. Hello there, Obi-Wan. And then of course this doesn't feed and cut on this size. So then we end up with a ultra heat shrink. Just set this over here. Another time vacuum, absolutely. Huge time sink. Okay, so we're gonna just call this wire we're working on right now the bed fan wire. These are RP5 in a desktop box with active cooling, works pretty good. Help if you have questions sometime. Yeah. Thank you. Split these out. Okay, let's get bed fan. Shrink that on there so I don't have to worry about it. Go. Itty bitty wire. Let's make sure we don't lose all these here. I think, let's get this out of the way. Booked Maryland, 40 days from now. Awesome. All booked on that as well. Okay, so bed fan wires are these guys, the 3-pin connector here, or the 3-position connector. So this is going to, and we're enticing the cat. This is going to plug in right there. It's going to go over to a zip tie there. Then it's going to go under here. And you know what? With that there, I think I can just place that zip tie. These are the big zip ties. Where's the smaller LDO zip ties? My zip tie box is over here, I think. Yeah. I think this will work. Here we go. It's the zip tie. That was a boot time from the sand. Oh, you guys are chatting about that. That's fine. Hey, Timor. Okay, so we're going to put a zip tie in here. That'll just help hold that in place. Oh. And then from there, this will just go off the side here and get zip tied here eventually. That'll be nice and clean. This will go down. Sorry, get my head in the way. Okay, and then this will come around here and go to the fans over here. So okay. Straight across bottom here. We're going to end up pulling the electronic or the power supply and the Leviathan out of here to facilitate actually doing this. There we go. We're going straight across. That'll sit right like that. This will come here and over to one of the fan ports. So something about that long. That'll hit any of them if I cut it right there. Hopefully I've got enough to do both of them that go there. Hey, Kyle. liquid. One and two. So we'll go into another of these in that direction. This is going to be the filter fan. So filter fan, that's the next one. That's not a toy. Put that over there. The cats have not been out here much this week because I haven't wanted them out here while I had aluminum chips everywhere from using the mill. So Adam, how's it going? I'm assuming that this wire is long enough. It's got to be long enough. Okay, we're gonna keep going with the assumption. Oh. Biothan is not secured. Clip it back down for now. There we go. This one side is fine. Okay. Now this one plugs into the filter fan spot, which is right here. And let's go ahead and pull this out. Oh yeah, that'll be plenty long enough. So we're gonna use that as a guide to get our thermistor wire done here as well right now. All of these done from this side. These are, you have an actual mill, I need to make room for one. It is, now that I've actually used it for something, and it's not, I don't even have the X, the auto feed on the X installed yet. But now that I've actually used it for the purpose I obtained it for, I'm super happy. I am super happy. Okay, I'm gonna reuse the JST on this side. Tab, pull back up. Nope, okay, I overbent it. Not a big loss. Not a big loss. Okay, all of these are basically going to the same spot. So I'm just going to cut it to about the same length as this other one. There's one. Adam, thanks for being a member for 22 months. bed thermistor. Is that the next one? Yep, sweet. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna leave that. I mean, there's no reason to cut that yet, so I'm gonna leave it. Yes. There we go. Okay, so we've got our wires here. Plug that one in right there. And then we can get another zip tie. Put these in where I want them to go. This one to go up. That. All of these right there, I think. Go. I am very pleased with this whole setup. Everything is low, doesn't stick up. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. All of my bundle of wires comes out here. Of course, I haven't labeled the other side, so I gotta figure that out. But I did want to twist all of these, so let's do that. Oops, wrong side. There's. And let's go ahead and figure out which are which. So obviously the thermistor. One and that one. Okay, so we'll do these two right here. Where's my drill? There it is. Redoing 6 ant head tool ducts. It's quite time consuming. Are you doing a stealth changer? Okay, just double checking that I have the correct wires. Put these to about the same length. Chuck them up in here. Oh, did I say hi, Liz? Did I? I think I did. I was more focused on only 40 days till 3D Printopia than anything else. There we go. So that is our bed fans here. Shove that on the end so we know. Filter fan. 350 6-tool head, swapping out for better magnetic docks. Awesome. That is on the project list. I don't know if it's next. We will see between it and Mad Max, which I'm ready for, which they're ready for. But I imagine we'll do it before too long. Okay. And this is the only reason I do this, and I mention this every time just because, is not for anything other than really wire management. It's a whole lot easier to deal with a twisted wire than 2 loose wires when I'm running it in the electronics bay. What are you doing? Just sitting on the Shapeoko table. Okay, and then one more. Oh, I wasn't gonna cut that, but I kind of have to if I'm gonna twist it. Oh well, I've got more than enough wire. Oops, wrong one. Yep, we'll be doing all of them. It's just the sequence. The sequence is the question. So I don't really need to put that label on. That one's kind of obvious. Okay. Yay. That helps even more with this. These in here. And just making sure I get them in behind all these AC wires. So all the high voltage wires are kind of going in here and pointing towards the back. These are going to loop right around and go towards the front. And that, I think, finishes off this area here. I need to plug in the bed, but I don't need to do any more wire connections on top here. Aircraft wire spinning clamp pliers. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That would be cool. Whoop. So now I've got all these guys. I got my labels right here. All these are gonna go that way. So this is gonna get a little messy for a bit because I'm gonna try to avoid disconnecting my the power wires. I'm just gonna unclip stuff. It's low on my watch. Set there, you can set there. I think I'm going to do is put a little zip tie anchor here so I can grab these and keep them going that way away from all the high voltage stuff. Oh, yeah, thanks, Bill. Yeah, Mad Max is another solution for tool changers. My project will be converting my Tridex to a 2-tool tool changer. That, maybe I'll put it right here, and I can double that with the, get a little bit of an angle. Put that in there at a little bit of an angle, because these guys are gonna go in there and that way, and this guy is gonna go under these. There we go. There we go. So this is gonna go under here. There, okay, zip ties. Go. Here. I've never had so much trouble with a zip tie. That is so accessible. There we go. Okay, so that I want to kind of go like that. These are right there. Form all of those going that way. And then I'm going to put another one right here. What's the advantage over IDEX there? Just more bed space. Lighter tool head. So big one is lighter tool head, or lighter assembly as far as the on IDEX, you're moving 2 full tool heads in Y. Yeah, let's just go in the middle here. Or head focus. Oh, my, yeah, sorry. Is anything else gonna go down along here? Don't think so. I think we're okay. Will the Tridex run 2 tool heads that can be swapped, or a single tool head at a time with 1 dot? It will be a tool changer at this point. It'll no longer, it'll have to be renamed. It's no longer a Tridex. No longer Tridex. Okay, so that goes across there. And then these are gonna go under here. Yep. Oh, almost lost that label. Okay, and then this is going to come around and plug into the thing. And I think we're okay this is going to come across here. That's going to go under. We do one more tie right here to get these two controlled. Yeah. Ooh, what do we call it? Good job. Good call, Nergora. What do we rename Tridex to? Is it, I mean, I've got VT gray and VT purple. Is it VT orange? It won't be it's Tridex because it's a Trident IDEX. It won't be IDEX anymore. Trimax? Okay. I could go for that. Hey, projects. YouTube would not let me view your video? What? Did anybody else have trouble connecting here? Let's go right there. What are you doing to Tridex? We are going to change it to a 2-tool Mad Max setup. I like Trimax too. I mean, I'm assuming you're over 18 there, projects. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. Two tools still. Yep. 2 tools still. By a year or 22. Who's counting? I'm liking Trimax. Okay, so that is nice. These are gonna go, I think they're gonna go on this side of the power supply. And I think that takes care of everything that's gonna be dealing over here. This goes like this, but I have a couple of wires here. I kind of wanna turn these bed SSR wires into a bundle. So since they seem to be, let's turn these into a bundle. Trimax sounds like a Phoenix-sized Trident. Well, that's good. That makes people question, why is Trimax so small? That's a good, it's good engagement. Come on. There. Clown hammer. Then, what did I do here? There. Another one up here would be a good idea. Trimax. all the zip ties. There we go. That looks pretty clean. So we've got stepper wire here going along the DIN rail there. And then this guy there, and put this guy up in here just to use up some wire space. There we go. That goes there, that goes there. These come around to here. This one is the Z2. Is that what it actually is? Yeah, that's Z2. That's Z1. Yep. Give this a little bit of wire over the way. There we go. Have I ever used a Magic Phoenix bed heater? Can I get mine to heat up? And I've tried everything I can think of. I have not. I have not. Where did Oscar go? Oh. There's Oscar. You heard his name. He gave up on treats. Don't let me forget to wake him up for treats if I need to. He deserves treats. Okay, so that is good. Power supply's in place now. I think it's in place for good. We've got these. We've got a bed wire to go. Bed wire's going to go from here to the, where are we going to use? What output are we going to use? Heated bed. So if I output, yeah, I'll just do the regular output, heated bed output. Do I have a wire already set for that from this build? Probably not. I think that turned out pretty good. Little print that's here. Show it off in a second. Signal wire for the bed. How long do I need? It's not long enough. Why is the DC? Because I disconnected it to allow me to move the power supply out of the way. I just need to reconnect it over here to the Wago bus. That's all. Only because I disconnected it. It'll tuck in like that and come over to here. Interest, this might work out pretty well. The interest of having enough actual wire to crimp onto the terminal for that. I have some heavier gauge. These are from a big boy stepper. I'm gonna grab these, the black and red. Actually, what do we got? This is a signal wire. This is a signal wire, so let's go something like black and green. I don't know. Why not? No, it would be red and green, huh? Because you got power and then a signal. Red and blue. That's what we'll do. Red and blue. Red and green just feels wrong. Ooh, doing red and blue. What do I have over here? I have it's connected. I don't like it. I'm not gonna use it. Never mind. Red and green feels like exactly. We're on the same page, Dave. Okay, how much am I gonna need? So this is gonna go down around here, go up there, and then around. There, around there. That'll do. These don't have to be heavier gauge wire. It's just, it'll be easier to crimp into the fork terminal with the heavier gauge wire is all. Okay, where did I? Here. Yeah, there we go. 1 and 2. Felix is out. Hey, Crow. How about a replacement for just need to toss it, not knowing if it's something defective or skill issue on the heater. Yeah. Okay, so I think even with this gauge wire, it's going to be a little small for these terminals. Fortunately, it's just signal, so I'm going to strip a little extra here. And just fold this back tight. Yeah, that's good. Squeezed in there. Go. Little restore just for fun. I think this is 20 gauge. I wonder if it's written on it. It is. It's 20 gauge. Good guess. Hey, Home Depot houseplant. Welcome. Ah. Good tug. Yeah. Okay. Let's get our proper screwdriver for this. And positive side over here. And signal over here. Put that in right there. Yep, okay. Now, I'm going to twist these as well. Why not? Go. Okay. Now with this up here, this allows me to just bring this here. I'm going to put a couple of ties under there. We'll bring this under. Okay, a couple of ties. Oh. Neat trick. What trick? Okay. Let's put this one here, I think. I use a drill for twist wires and ears. It really does make it easier. Oh, so much easier. So much easier. Let's grab these. Okay, now is this guy gonna go there and around? Yeah, I think so. So I think down the middle here, just doing this stuff. Stretch. So it's like that, nice and relaxed. And one more. So I'm leaning towards, so we were talking about stream schedules and upcoming projects. I'm leaning towards squeezing in the Jabberwocky tool head onto the Box Turtle Green V2 printer because that'll give me a little extra time for stealth changer folks to work on documentation and me to get prints ready. I mean, this is no surprise to anybody, but I bought a blue frame for the blue V2 just for, the problem is it's not from the same batch, so it's not a perfect match, but they are nice and fresh extrusions. My early beta kit build, there is one extrusion where a T-slot nut doesn't fit right type things. So I will be doing a quick frame swap on the blue V2. So that gives me a little extra time to do that. Okay, so that goes there. These go here. We're getting towards the finish line here. I think this means that we can do this. We want to put let's grab these underneath. A zip tie here. these kind of loop over to wherever they go. Or do I just want to take them to wherever they go? Because this one might be a little tiny bit short. These are the bed fans. I guess I can go into one of the closer, like fan 3 for this. That goes there. This goes under there. So this goes. That's gonna go right there. So I'm gonna use, yep, I'm gonna use fan 3 right there. So while I have all the room in the world, let's crimp this. Don't need that. Let's go to I think this is what I want. Yeah. Go to LDO site and go to guides and Leviathan. I guess this diagram here will work. So we've got fans, so we've got the right 2 pins. That's just what I needed to know, is the right 2 pins. Okay. Hey, Karma. Discord, since all the smart folks, what do we got? What do we ask here? Is there a way to configure the Leviathan 1.2 PG10 pin to always be on? What is PG10? What is, oops, well, that was PG10. PG10, what is PG10? PG10 is hot end. You want to make PG10 on all the time? That would be a Clipper thing rather than a Leviathan question. Where's the power to my toolhead board to PG? Okay, so here's what I do. So Robin, here's what I do, because I know where you're going with that, and I do the same thing, but what you want to realize, here, let's look at this. What you want to realize is that these are all switch signal constant power. So you just hook up, get 24 volts from your hot end, from your heater here, get 24 volts there, and then just plug into ground somewhere and on a distribution block or whatever. Then you're protected by the fuses, but you don't want to try to do the you don't want to try to mess with the signal wire here. If you're just trying to power your tool head, I do it all the time, but you grab power from the heater and it's fused. That's the key part there, is you want to be able to get a fused power. Just grab 24 volts from there and then hook up ground to a available spot if you have to use a Wago to split or whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, I was here. Pins and stripping and leaving this one, all the wire I gave it, on the edge of okay. Okay, it's gonna go there, and I want to make sure that this makes sense. Yes, okay. Just making sure it makes sense from the pin out in the diagram. So Liz, I don't know if you're still around. I think you stream here pretty soon, if not already. So 3D Printopia is 40 days away. That means I only have, what, 24 days, probably less than that, to get ready for Orange County Maker Faire. Eclipse, thanks for being a member for 34 months. And yes, it is a Pi 5. I'm taking the opportunity to try a Pi 5. We're going to be using Calico. And you don't have to use a Pi 5 with Calico, but I think there are some features you can enable that can take advantage of it. Anybody else have issues with the heat set inserts ripping out of the toolboard spacer on the V0? Getting M3 aluminum spacers to replace them? Oh, I know what you're talking about, Karma. It's not a bad idea. That's kind of the quick and no special parts needed solution to use heat sets. But also remember that you don't need a lot of torque on those. Few ugga-duggas on those. There you go. Fewest ugga-duggas. Okay, the rest of these, I guess I can put this in place and so this one is gonna go, I did all of that and then I put a 2-pin on it. Let me fix that. You had to switch to a Pi 5. What were you doing that caused you to need to do that? Projects. Hey Projects, what can I call you on here? Can I call you by your first name? And can you remind me what that is? Or I can just say Projects. I'm not gonna call you Dad. I called it DG. Hey Mike. Alex. Do you mind if I call you Alex here? I'll remember that. Maybe, probably. I remember Neil and Rod. So, awesome. Okay, let's try this again with a 3-pin connector. So this guy goes in here. So it's the same thing, just these two. There we go. So that's gonna go there and plug in right there. Probably go because I kind of want to put a tie down right here. I do well with names when it's been repeated many times. I try, but I am terrible with names. Okay. Off the current topic, but any chance you will share that bed fan wiring setup? Came out very nice, and I'm at the exact point of my Micron build and love how it came out. I am going to share the bed fan wiring setup. However, note that it uses a PCB, the 3-pin or the 3-connector splitter for the bed fan wiring is not easy to find. It comes in the LDO kits, so I have a few of them that I haven't used because it's for like the LED wiring, and I've either done other solutions or not put it in on some of the builds I've done. So hopefully, I'm hoping that Chamois gonna have some made up so they can be available. But that's the caveat, is that might be a little tough to use directly. Turtle, you may know my first name, but do you know my middle name? So I need wrong answers only. What's my middle name? They are easy to make with prototype board. Oh, Fabrico has them? Perfect. Check Fabrico for the small PCB 3-way connector. There you go, Dave. I need more wrong answers. Dave's got it right, but sort of. Speaking of unbuilds, is Killer Prince here? Are you here, Killer Prince? We got to talk about the copyright of unbuilds. We're going to talk about the unbuilds copyright. Where do I want to put this one? I think I'm going to go over here. Ethan, there you go. That's a good one. Okay, and then the thermistor. Where are we plugging our bed thermistor in? All thermistors. So we're going to just go right here into thermistor 1. So something like that. You're going to rebrand to Steve Rebuilds. I mean, that's what you got to do when you hit 30 plus printers. It's kind of hard to maintain just building. Hi, Ella. I saw you pop in just a second ago and I forgot to say hello. Hello. How many Facebook lawyers do we have in chat? Okay, let's get the thermistor heat shrink on there. Just got done with chores. I'm sure there's a couple of people here that know my actual middle name. I don't know if it's I don't think there's any issue with middle name having full name. I mean, as long as I don't give you my social security number and mother's maiden name and having issues getting it past security. I've heard a lot of people traveling with V0s and positrons without issue. Go. We're gonna do 2 of these. Type berries. You go with G2Z for the Z motors, you get some more wiring space. You do. It's somewhere, but I forgot what you said it was. Name of your first pet raccoon. So we are out. Okay, we're gonna need a thermistor 1 and a fan 1. Full address of your neighbors at the age of 7. Right at the age of 7, I lived on a street called Orange Street. And I remember, at 7, I remember the next door neighbor, kid got ran over by a tractor. He survived, but I remember going and visiting him. Use the don't ask, don't tell rule, yeah. I was tempted to do a Micron 180 until I realized I can't get an LDL frame anywhere for it. Oh, well, hopefully that'll be easier. I know prior to this, Fabrico, I think, was the main carrier of the Micron partial kits. Okay, so this is fan 3-pin. Don't forget 3-pin. That goes there. That goes, let's put that. Hey, BBs. Build is going well. It's just wiring always takes so much longer than expected. West 3D has some? Okay. West 3D doesn't use LDO frames. Who are they using? Are they using, or who are they using? I have no idea. Okay. Yeah. DLL PDF, okay. Does DLL only do powder coating, or do they have a anodizing option as well? Have you ever crimped JST ZH 1.5s? I have. I don't enjoy it. Hey, Morden. Do not. I bought the little Amazon pigtail pack just for ZH and SH. Only powder coating? Okay. Their website is a nightmare, so never figured it out. Okay, so these are gonna go across here. Do maybe a little right there. There. Yeah, black and clear anodized colors are powder coated only. Pull this out of here. How are we doing on likes? We have a couple hundred people here. We are not at 50% likes. Maker Beam Direct. Maker Beam is good stuff. The difficult part in Maker Beam is the slot is a little different. So you have to watch out for anything that you want to do that that might be impacted by that. I haven't tried it. I don't know if Masumi, I know Masumi can be a bear to get in Europe as well. But the Masumi slot style is closer to LDOs. So like the post-install nuts and stuff might work better. They can do black and clear, but no pretty colors. What's the point if you can't do pretty colors? Yep, Masumi, I know. Masumi is pricey. Okay, so I'm gonna go right there. There, are we good, 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 good? This can go under there. We've got a TH1, it's gonna be the bed. It's right there. Fan, let's go right there. Maybe we can go one more over. We can do some, yeah, right there. This fan is for the filter fan. We'll go here. We'll have to fix all of this, figure it all out in in the config, tie for the stepper wire. It can beam also do the cutting and tapping. That's nice. You know, the mill doing blind joint holes in those 4040s was such a treat, because my process for doing that before is I would print a little guide that slots into the end, so with a pilot hole. So I'd drill a 3mm hole first as a pilot hole, and then I'd go back and do a the full size hole. Inevitably, I'd end up clipping the side of the slot. So doing it on the mill, it was exactly in the right spot every time. With a stop setup, it was repeatable for batching. I like extrusions oversized and cut them down to length myself. It saves a few bucks if you have the tools to make it happen. Yeah, and my process for cutting down the size was do it on the table saw with crosscut sled first, and go slightly oversized, and then use my disc sander to get them squared up. Okay, let's go right about here. Let's keep things kind of tucked over like that. I'll do one more over here. I think if you are wanting to do things like extrusions and you want to set it up as a CNC operation, then the Milo is a good choice for that, because it's not enclosed, so you have basically unlimited space to the left and right, or you're limited by your area rather than the machine. That's assuming you don't enclose it. You gain cut parts, you can get them within about 0.1mm on a miter saw pretty repeatedly. 0.1mm is not good enough, Dave. Come on. You know me. This is going to be a little tight here as far as getting the zip tie in, but right there. When you're doing a blind joint frame, and the squareness of your result is so dependent on your cuts. Okay. Trident 250, you got my vote. Up my accuracy game. Hi, Kobe. Oh, I didn't really want, I'll end up cutting that one because we are going to be running a fan over there. So I think, do I have some, where are my longer thin zip ties? Thought they were right here, but, there they are. There they are. Like my HT Trident 180 build with 40/40 and 20/40 frame. Okay. Best part of a bad day. I didn't catch that when I first read that. I hope it gets better. Okay, cut that, because we're gonna run more things through here. But we'll get this looped in. Yeah, if you want to throw some info out there, Neil, on the Discord, I wouldn't mind seeing what you got going on. Have I seen it? It did just get better. Good. Some pick of the CAD, the frame is too easily allow insulation. Okay, so we're just looping these because we got some skirt fan wires to run through from either. I think I'm gonna run a fan on either side, just kind of blowing air, and then it'll disperse. I think. I don't know. Okay, so now we've got this guy, and it just has to go here. Into there. So about right there looks good. Am I missing the music? It's on. It does look a little low. The levels do look low. Let me raise that a little bit. Let me know if that's too loud for anybody, but I don't know why that would have changed. It hasn't changed in a very, very long time. But looking at the levels, it was lower than it should be. Okay. Oh, oops. Bamboo has a chamber fan. Never knew that. Okay, and there are the 20 gauge is gray. Ooh, I'm getting low. To order some 20 gauge barrels. We are an hour away from giving away a Colony Klecker extrusion-based door kit for the Micron Plus. That is US only. And a roll or coupon of Polymaker filament. So links are in the description. The very, very, very rare reminder that there is a affiliate link for the filament in the description, along with Vision Miner and Amazon stuff. Do you have the STL for the DIN mount for the Nighthawk USB adapter? This is on LDO's Nighthawk page has that. If you have trouble finding it, shoot a message in the Discord and someone will send you a link, or I'll send you a link. Hey, Leonard. Backed up my trying to get the AFC working. Know what I'm doing the rest of the day. Uh-oh. What are you saying, Bill? You don't like the music? Or do you like AC just that much more? Okay. Heat bed, that's this one. My Vision Miner failed on me again the other day. I tried to print 3D Extract PC on a textured sheet and it couldn't hold it down. Yeah, I mean, it's a tool in the a tool in the box. It's not going to be perfect. There's lots of, I mean, the very foundational thing, of course, is starting with a clean bed. Nice, no detergent, no additive soap, like a Dawn, the blue Dawn, or there's a clear Dawn that I use that's specifically says no additive on it. Put these back in. Of course, it would be better if I could run it off solar, because then it could have DC AC. Go. Actually, I don't like that. The way it runs is out and up under these. On free and clear, specifically nothing that states good for hands or, yep, you want no extra stuff. No fresh lemon scent. There we go. Any thoughts on the Milo 1.6 2.0 updates? Will you be upgrading? I don't know. I mean, I have my Milo. The reasons I haven't used it have nothing to do with the machine, except for I don't want to enclose it. That's probably the biggest reason it might have to do with the machine. I don't want to enclose it just because it's so big, a lot of space needed. But I have not paid attention. Okay, I take that back. The biggest reason I don't use it, I haven't used it, the blocker for me using it has been the underpowered controller that was coming with them. My intent was to swap it out for a Scylla or something that has enough oomph to not have to like disable arcs. So, but that's a thing that I have to take the time to swap out the controller. No lemon pledge to wax the bed. That would be awful. Okay. Okay, so bed wiring is now done. We can start putting, this is Z1, and this is, where does this one go? This must be Z2. Oh yeah, it's starting to rub off. I don't think I have any. So Z2 is gonna go right here. Just tucks back down. Z1 is right here. I feel like Linux CNC would be pretty cool with the Milo. I mean, I think that 9 Mile and those folks have done a tremendous job on Millennium OS with RepRap firmware. I need to try the latest stuff they've done. When I get to changing out the controller, I'm going to continue using what they've provided. But Linux CNC would be a cool thing to try on some machine. Did you ever get the pins remapped on the Cascade? No, the thing I need to do on the Cascade is print out some end stop trigger pieces because I chose to use Omron inductive probes. They have a shorter sense distance than the PL08s that Doug spec'd, and that is causing the problems there. End stop's not triggering. Okay, let's get this under here. Mounted over here. This should be 0, yep. Hooked from, oh, why did that? Wow, really, I really got up in there. Okay, so that goes there and plugs it right there. Once that ties down right here, that'll clean that. Right there with you on finding time to do everything I want to do. Okay, that leaves Z3. This one's gonna go, oh, that's not bad. I think I'm not gonna worry about redoing that. That's not bad as far as wire length. It'll tuck underneath the power supply there and be fine. Hey, Troy. That goes there. This is gonna go behind all of these. There we go. Oh yeah, that's not bad at all. Not bad. Okay, those are done. Thermistor, fan. Cool. We are at the part where we can start putting the skirts on. Am I missing anything? I think I'm good. Let's get the skirts. Hey, Troy. Did I say hi, Troy, already? I think they're really interested. I just need a bigger apartment. Hey, we're at 50% like ratio. Skirt pieces. All the skirt pieces. I had pre-assembled this one because I wanted to see what it looked like, but we're gonna do the same thing. Oh, A and B steppers, darn it. I knew I was forgetting something. Which blue frame is shifted over yours? Where the age we're putting skirts on is a positive point of the day. I still remember the highlight was 10. Okay, you're there. This piece, and is that the main bits right now? I think so. They're there. Oh, these pieces. Oh. Display, trim, have A and B steppers to do. Let's do those before I make it a little more cramped in there. I guess that's a smart thing to do. Hey, Dirk. You have any ideas on the filament roll? Ideas for what? Ideas on the filament roll. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I knew there was something. didn't figure out, let's go here. Didn't figure out what I wanted to do for retaining the wires here. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. The wiring is super clean, thank you. I'm just gonna put little tabs on the back here that screw in from the front that just kind of hold this wire in place. I think that'll work just fine. And I think it'll be fine. Okay, so we need stepper wires. Where these? No. Yes, these are them. This one, and where's the other one? These are our stepper wires. TPU slot covers. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. It's not a bad idea at all. How far does that tuck in? It'd be hidden. It would be hidden. Okay, that doesn't need to be done. I'll finish that up between streams. Okay, let's get this ran. Thanks so much for the help. Now I feel better having the tool head, umbilical, and board fused. Nice. Yeah. Isn't there a PCB for that back bar somewhere made for Micron and solid fork? Yep. Yep, it's a little driver board that can fit back there. But okay, I need to run. Let's, everything's secure. I need to run the cables through this, so. Ooh. Yeah. Let's go here. I like to build a 180 micron, but I'm also pondering a regular size printer for index. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how index progresses. Has anybody heard anything on that? Pop open as much of this chain as I can get away with. That's it, GBB 15. Good memory. As many of these apart as I can. There we go. Made a little printed C-channel that screws to the bottom of the extrusion. I made it big enough to tuck the connectors into it. Okay. In a couple of months, fingers crossed. Okay, if I go, can I sneak this through here? Or is this just not enough room? Doesn't have enough room to at least get through down here. this. But this one won't go through. Oh yeah, it will. This one right here. Trying to do this blind. Okay, so this one goes up through here. Let's see where we are. Index, anyone use SolidWorks? I've never gotten, I mean, SolidWorks has been an interesting potential choice with their maker licenses and stuff, but I've never done anything with it. How can I, maybe I pop this here. Trying to sneak these big connectors in without redoing everything. Come on, pop off of there. There you go. Now, can I get this through there? I cannot. I popped the wrong one. Needed to pop the next one. There we go. Now, oops, don't grab the, this pops out. There we go. Okay. Hard part's done. Got one more to get in there. Tried, does that count? SolidWorks is pretty good. I mean, SolidWorks is absolutely a good tool. The, I don't know, maybe you can educate, but what are their maker edition, whatever limitations compared to the full version and stuff like that? There we go. It's through there. This comes up and around and through here. Now this bottom one, snapping pieces back in. I tried SolidWorks after already using Fusion. Yeah, that's a big, because there is some definite fundamental differences that can't be opened from real. Oh, really? Okay. This can clip back on up here. There. Nice. Now we've got B and A. See how we want to elevator down. Ooh, that was not what I was hoping. Okay, doesn't run on a Mac, so that's what SolidWorks. That is a big thing. Yeah, the Fusion being compatible with Mac OS is a big thing. So A, so this one goes here. So that's A. Here is B. So the idea is that's there, which means This needs more twist. More twist. So it uses a hierarchy of files in the file system for parts and assemblies fusion. You can now choose. I've been using Onshape. I can't use Onshape because I don't want to, I mean, I pay for a fusion license for sure. Here. Both hands here. I pay for a fusion license, but up here. But I can't use Onshape for Voron stuff because you can't keep things private until without a paid license. Is that what I want to do? You can't have private files. All your files are public without a paid version of Onshape. Exactly. That NDA factor is a big one. Okay, how did I want to, so if this comes around here like this and I secure those up in there, Shape 3D is good and affordable. I think I've got my biggest eyes on just FreeCAD. Can I do this? And then up into here. That would go just like that. That'll work. Just getting the loops to feel right in here. I wonder if I just start throwing a few zip ties in here to control things. There, and it'll end up getting tied to other bits. Okay, so that like that. I think the idea here was similar, but maybe the other way. Okay, so that is a bit of a bundle of wires there. Feels a little messy. Okay, what do we got? Blender for sculpting. Using the free version. Fusion has advantage being able to just pull in the library of any fastener ever made, though. Missed that. Looking at Onshape 2, but the basic Pro license is nearly twice that of Fusion. Yeah, ouch. Okay, so that is all of those. Not really super happy with this bundle back here. Might revisit it, but for now, this now goes to the tab there. This is all up in here, nice. That might not even need anything now that it's kind of being forced up in there. So there's definitely a trade-off here. Questionable choices on enough wire here for serviceability versus keeping things minimal wire. So there we go. Close my wire channel in the stream chat, take a look, get ideas. I will, but I don't think that's actually coming out of there. I think it's kind of forced into place now. I don't know if I need to do anything for that, but I'll check out what you did. If you ever need to service it, just get new motors. Okay, so that's tight on that side. You're getting a very close-up view here, so I don't think it's too bad. I gotta get the wires down into here. Hope that I can. Over like this. There we go. One. Always open up the motor and replace the wires if you need longer. See you, the ranch kid. That heat shrink is coming loose, so let's re-shrink it. There we go. Printers never need service because you're always taking them apart. You're right. You're right. There we go. Cool. Just enough room to get those two wires through here. Now, grab all of this, just kind of figuring out where this needs to go from a, looks good, there. Just making sure the wires are following the center of the cable chain path before I tie these down here. That. Okay. We'll see. I don't like it. I'll play with that later. I'm not super happy with it. Oh, said goodbye to Ella. Ella was leaving? I didn't see that. Food is ready. Got it, Ash. Got it. That was a little ways up there, so I didn't catch up. Okay. Back to the underside. We can start getting skirts and done with the V-Core upgrade. Now I need to clean up my office. Oh boy, this workshop, this area here was ridiculous when I was done with the printer shelf. It was absolutely horrid. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do, these are definitely gonna need to be shortened. Could go under and around back here. Ooh, I might not even have to shorten them if I do that. Plus it gets me away from all the AC stuff. I'm going back and then next to the SSR, but let's do that. Let's put a in here. Couldn't you do a 2-position mount for the motors? 2-position mount for the motors. I do have the Z belt covers. I just hadn't put them on the back yet. Picture my workshop tomorrow and post it, show you a real mess. Wires crossing at right angles, never induce crosstalk. Right. Yep. Yep. But the path isn't ideal either. Oh, no, 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 no. You over here. You. Right there. There we go. So I'll go right here. Perfect. Hey Jax, welcome. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to get away with not cutting them at all. Just have to, I've already got a wire in here, all in the way. There we go. Okay, then a zip tie here. There we go. We got 20 minutes until giveaway time. nice and out of the way. Now these are kind of here, and what do we got? Oh, B. Over here and plugs in right here, BX. Oops. There we go. BX. This one follows the same path. Actually, this will be easier to pull off here first. No cable raceways. I want to run these wires under this, and it seemed easier to pull this than pull that. It needs to go underneath there like that. Same thing here. This side, on the underside of the SSR. Here, and that is still loose. So let's go. Like that. This will go back here and back to here. Yeah, this is pretty much the board. Something with the SBC integrated in any case. A Manta style or the whatever equivalent from whatever maker or from whatever board manufacturer is a good idea. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. I feel good about all of that. That's in. Let's get skirts going. So we have the Pi 5 connections to Leviathan come with the, it came with it. So this is a different board. The other board, if I have it handy, I'll show. I don't know that it's super handy. The other board has the connector the other way. Oh, stretch. Okay, what do we have here? We have 3 nuts here. This is the one, so this goes here. Those are not slotted. Guessing these are 3/8 or 6s. I think a 6 will work, but 8 might work as well. Probably calls for an 8. Ooh. I think that's rubbing. I think these need to be a 6. Making sure it doesn't bottom out in the extrusion is what I'm doing. Am I way past treat time? Am I way past treat time? Is it worth waking Felix up? Hmm. We got 15, 16 minutes till treat time, or till giveaway time. Do we wait until after giveaway for treats? What do you think? Was that a no? Okay, this guy will end up going in between that. Oh, we got to put a fan in there. Let's put the sides on the other side. Treat. There is a hole through here to do this. It's a wrench access hole, which is good. This all needs to shift that way just a little bit. If I build another Micron, Leviathan is my choice, no question. Oops. Way up. Do they get treats when you get a gummy when building a Prusa? They should. I don't know that we've stuck to that. This is all looking really good. That's on. I think that's as far as we can get right there. I think it's fans next. Put this stuff out of the way. Do you want a treat? Do you want a treat? You want treats, Felix? The full kit is going to include electronics. You want one? That is adorable. Buddy. We got extra. I brought extra special treat out. Here, you wanna take care of my? Good job. Yep. Extra special treat. And extra treat. Some of this. Hey. What? About to get back to the Trident since it's been sitting for a bit. You gotta values it clean and redo the rails. It's been sitting a bit. It's not a bad idea. Then you can at least evaluate it. You want some? Thank you. Oh, I startled you. Churros. This is, one of these is the only way we can trim this little turd's claws. Okay, we'll finish that off. Yummy? Yummy. Last little bit. There it is. clean that off. You hit up Greenies or Dreamies for an affiliate. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? 10 minutes. Ooh, good jump. Good jump. Oscar always looks twice and then goes for the bite. I've been watching it. He's got a pattern. That's for sure. Fun. Fun. Okay, where were we? We are gonna do fans. I've got a couple of these. So these go on here. So it goes there. I'm gonna put it over here then, because that's pretty much this Wago block pretty much completely blocks this over here. If I put it over here, it's at least getting power supply and steppers. So this will go on like this. What size are those? Those are probably 12s are enough. Hey, John. Are barely enough. I'm also going to get these are what were in here before. This printer has almost no print time on it, but sitting there powered on time, it has some dust. So I'm thinking I just kind of knock the dust off the blades. See you, one solid cube. Just knock the stuff. So usually when I set one of these up, the reason this one had dust on it, this one does not, is I set one up to always run. And the intent there is just to make sure that the pie stays cool. So that's why one of them had some dust on it and the other one doesn't. Just notice your coffee mug being from Portland. The stag is iconic. This is a pre-production because the print was a little misaligned, but for the event. Mr. Taco knows that I like coffee mugs that will hold the full largest size button on my Keurig. So sent that to me. In 3x15s, just in 3x16s. Well, you can get in 3x15s. It's just not a DIN standard or whatever standard. Okay, so that one goes there. Oops, I wasn't, I actually wanted this other fan on this side. Does this one go here? Yeah, so that'll go over there. This one, wire lengths on these are different, and I'm hoping to get away with not cutting them. Not redoing them. Where did, oh, there it is. Waste. That fan for, have a good one. 6 minutes until we're giving away a extrusion door, colony clacker door, and a roll of filament or a coupon, depending on where you are. Okay. This one is the 8mm, I think. Yeah. So start that. Put that in like that. Won't be attending Portland Vice? No? Aren't you local? You work all weekend. That's a bummer. Okay, so this comes under here. Let's see if we can get this to go. Got all those. Yeah. There we go. That will work fine with that length. So I can zip tie that one. Oh, I need to redo I guess I need to redo the connector on the end anyway. Did I do labels? Yep. We didn't need 4 of them, but we do need 2. Since I'm gonna have to pull the connector to put a 3-pin on anyway. I think it's random, Tuxedo. I think it's random. Nobody ever does cool events on my Tuesday, Wednesday weekends. Wow. Hi, Damascus Everglades. We haven't had a, they must have some real discussion going on at 3D Musketeers. We haven't had a raid yet. There we go. Andrew, thanks for gifted membership. It is tight. Yep. Okay, so now nope. Label. Almost forgot the label. I don't know if I'll be able to get it on. We can put one end first, then the other one. Nope. What's the thing? You don't need to be on the stream. I think you have to be subscribed, but you don't have to be here to get a gift. I think it prioritizes folks that are here, but if it runs out of them, or I don't know if there's like a lower chance. And we wait so they can enter the giveaway. No. We do. So one of the reasons I do the giveaway at a set time is because I require you to be here, and for those folks that are in a time zone where this is starting to get pretty late. That's the big thing, is trying to keep it to where folks aren't held hostage. Thanks, Derek. Thanks for the gifted memberships. One of the things I like about Twitch is that you can gift specific individuals. One of the things I don't like about Twitch is you don't get a choice on the gift price. it up. Oh. As long as Schlunky doesn't win, I'm good. Okay, so now get this over here. I should have, well, whatever. Nervous about doing the electronics for stealth changer. It's going to be a hassle to get underneath if I don't get it right. Yeah, just take your time. It's not too bad. It is time. It is a minute past time. Would you let me go over? I was hoping to get those two wired, but that's okay. Okay, we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament first. Links are in the description. You guys are there. Once I start counting down, you have 3 seconds. Get your name in. Little better chance than usual today. We could use more likes. Let me bring things up. I don't even have the page up. You're here, Spectra. I'm glad. Forms. It's 3 seconds. That's all. It's 3 seconds. Count of 3. I should say that. You have until the count of 3. See, then it's correct, right? So you're right. It's not 3 seconds. You have until the count of 3. Rod, thanks for being a member. Trying to finish my core 1. Nice. Excuse me. Okay, Polymaker filament. Let me bring that one up, and let's bring up the other one. Usually I have these up. I just forgot. And colony collector. You have until the count of 3 to enter the Polymaker filament giveaway. Where are all the buttons? Oh, this is way off. Yeah, there we go. It was all zoomed in. I'd blame Oscar. Okay, 3. It's starting now. 3. Count of 3. How long did Prusa take from the Mark IV to Mark IVS? About a year. 14 months, I think, is about right. 2. Haven't gotten one in that whole time, so I'm continuing the count. 1. This is Polymaker filament. We haven't had any new ones. I guess I just close it? That whole time? So how long until we get the Core 1S then? Good question. We just got one though, so I get to start the count over. 3, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think we're done. Yeah, we're done. There we go. If you missed out, you missed out. Let's let this out. You can still get in for the colony collector if you're in the US. US shipping address. No shenanigans. What can I print on top of PETG if I run out besides PETG CF? I don't know. It's a count of 3 descending. Okay, what are we doing? We are, who do we got? Greenbeard. Greenbeard was first. Let's bring up, man, I am off. I don't even have Will and names up. There we go. Yeah, not PLA. Greenbeard was first. Who got in the last one? Alex. Control C. Control V. Let's do a, what is it? It's 1 to 24. It's somewhere around 24 days until Orange County Maker Fair. Should be about 4 to 5 months away from the Core 1S, given the assembled Core 1 started shipping in January. Yeah, that's probably when to start paying attention. I have no idea though. Crow 782, you said 15. Let's do 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Raj, you had delivery of the Colony Collector you won on Thursday. Awesome. And spin. Uh-oh. My watch is dead. You saw the 10%. John Princeton, you have somewhere around 2 minutes to say something in chat. Congrats. John Princeton. Polymaker filament, roll, or coupon, depending on where you are. Are you around, John? John Princeton. There you are. Good. I don't have to use the watch. Watch is dead. Let's copy that. They can fit. They can fit in there together. They just choose not to. Okay, let's get this email sent off to you. He's a bot, he's a bot. I imagine you know then. Haven't released an updated Mini in forever or an XLS. Okay, let me get the stuff pasted into here. All of that's good. It's the 17th. Emails here. John, congratulations. You should have an email in a moment. John Princeton. Princeton. Not Princeton. Come on, John. Aren't we all bots? Okay. Why all the bots talk? Can't we just be happy? Okay, Colony Clacker. Colony Clacker kit. That we are expected to start installing this today. It is the Colony Clacker door kit, designed by Jadeki, ILGB, and Hartk. So we have stuff to do for this. My funny American accent. Yes, it's a door prize. Good job. That is a John quality joke right there. You got some competition there, John. I'm a little disappointed that you haven't used that one already. Okay. One last week. You have 3 seconds to enter the Colony Clacker giveaway. Let me go in here and get myself lined up to be able to watch. US only. Hey, Luke. Oh. 3 seconds. 3. There should be fewer people entering this one, and there is. Much fewer. Really opening the door for dad jokes. Has the door ever been closed, Dr. Dave? Has the door ever been closed? 2. We have those where I'm from. 1. And not a single extra person. Nope, there we go. We got 1. We have to recount. It's not fun unless we recount once. At least once. 3. Which one is this? It's a Colony Clacker door kit, Salty Day. If you're in the US and you haven't entered, you have the count of 2 to get entered. Was that you? We just got 1. So 3, 2, 1, done. The DoorDash chucks the jarring. Done. Okay, link this out. Approximately 45 more minutes, give or take. No, I take that back. I think mine didn't include an acrylic panel because Jason asked if I needed it. I said no, but I think it is. Why is this? Oh, I have to hit create. We've had 2 pretty reasonable countdowns today. Well, we haven't had our influx of 3D Musketeers viewers yet. Are they still going? They've got quite a discussion going on then. Too hard to roll up their acrylic panel to fit in that box. That was a specific question. I'm pretty sure that everybody gets the panel. Are you Raj, the panels are not included? The Micron Plus, if you have a kit or if you've built one, the existing door should fit right in there. So I'll confirm. I mean, Raj says the panel's not included and he got one of them. So I assumed that it was because I had turned it down, which meant I thought that they were, but anyway. Shoot, where are we? Who got in here? Murph, you were first. Who got in that last one? Kiloprints. Have you built a Micron Plus? For fridge doors, the acrylic was extra, but most vendors have that option. What's your favorite color, everyone? What's your favorite color? The original door from the kits is 2 millimeters taller. Oh, well, we'll find out. The Clacker still isn't as adorable as Oscar. That's true. You have a Micron Plus? Awesome. Well, it's everyone's favorite color. Britt, you said teal. We're gonna go teal. T-E-A-L, spin. Who do we got? Who do we got? Sissy Kid. Sissy Kid. I can't time it, but are you here? Say something in chat if you are. Congratulations, Sissy Kid. Hurry, we call. Waiting for the Micron 350. Yeah. I hear there's a 2020 Micron that you can build. Sissy Kid, are you here? Congratulations. Colony Clacker door kit. Extrusion-based door kit. Something in chat. Perfect. Copy that. Let's get this over here. I have been terrible. This is the whole reason that I set up email templates for the filament giveaways, but I have been terrible with getting folks. I sent last week's winner to Jason last night, so I apologize to last week's winner, but you'll hear from Jason if you haven't already. So anyway, congrats, Sissy Kid. You will get an email from Jason. I'll pass off your information to him we'll send it off. The 50 cube version 2. Awesome. Okay, let's close this. Let's get back to the build. Back to the build. Hey, Leo. That would be the joke, yes. That would be the joke. As unfunny as it is. Okay, so this guy. 3x8. Yeah, that seems about right. You know, go right over all this stuff and the pie, and that'll be fine. He emailed last night. Awesome. That's good. He's better at getting right on something and not letting it get stale than I am. Jason's awesome with that. It's amazing. You got to think, how much does Jason have to keep track of? It's got to be ridiculous. Let's see if I can this way. It's just a little short. Why did that not tighten down? Did I put... What is going on? Did I accidentally grab a too long of screw? Oops. No, I think it's the little holder, the little plastic piece. I just have to tighten it down more. Red Dwarfs is a funny show. Still makes anyone know if the enclosure for the box turtle is worth it? Might order one at the same time as ordering the LDO clacker door. He stores a list of everything in it. Okay, you've earned it back, John. Very nice. See you, Deanna. Yes, I want to do something, they do it right away. Drop a comment in chat like that and then leave without explaining. She makes bagels. What more explanation do you need, Dr. Dave? Oh boy. Okay. Yep, that just needed a little more ugga-duggas to get squish the plastic of that little bracket thing. I am gonna try seeing if coming around. Darn it, it's just not long enough. What can I do about that? I got an idea. I got an idea. Yeah, there's enough room. I'm gonna rotate this, move this to exit right here. I forgot to put in the other screws anyway. I have to spin it 90. Just like that. It's even, label's even the correct side up. Satisfies all the all the OCP, all the OCP. What show are we talking about? Red Dwarf. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I know what that is. All that matters is when you're working on it, you're working on it, the label is the correct side up. So you don't have to stand on your head to read the label when you're working on it. You don't see it when it's right side up anyway, so that doesn't matter. Okay. That is perfect now. Okay, so let's get this undone, swap the connector. I've heard of Red Dwarf, but I don't remember. I've never seen it. I don't remember anything about it. I'm gonna leave those compressed until I get the label on. Very tight fit, but it did. Doesn't know Red Dwarf. It's pretty amazing being a tech guy. When was it new? When was it new? And I mean, for most of my childhood, I had a choice of 3 or 4 channels to watch. And I only got any exposure to Doctor Who because of PBS. Nope. I'm going in the wrong. What in the world? Oh, I crimped these backwards? Is that what happened? Okay, well, this goes in the end. I must have crimped these backwards. Yeah. It's a British show, wasn't aired in the US until long after it was over. From '88. Yeah. Okay. I can go like that. This is going to plug in right there. Actually, let's take it under here. There we go. Okay. That's there, that's there. I haven't modified the bottom panel with new holes to actually fit this, but we'll do that at some point. This thing together now. We'll go there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's not approach any more discussion on things, PBS or other, as far as controversial, whatever. Yeah, what Bill's saying. I want to go. Don't want to go there. Thanks, Spectra. Okay, is this it? 4.3-inch wave share display. Okay. I don't think that one's long enough. I didn't know that I had that. It came with that because I bought a DSI cable for this. It is annoying that it can be heated, but yeah. Okay, let's pull these things off. The kitty's got treats. The kitty's got extra treats. And I've got a good clip to show April of Oscar grabbing my hands to get the treat. So this should drop down into here. And I think we use the screws that came with it. We can only argue about the color of the sky, Bill, if you think it's blue. I don't know. Star of the show and Steve just his sidekick. Well, that's not controversial. That's been known. No ugga-duggas. Small screw, not a lot of threads. Just barely. All just here for the kitties. To find what the sky is. Post the clip to your Discord later. Yeah, I gotta find it anyway to show April. If anybody has the timestamp, let me know. It'll save me a little bit of time after stream. Okay, so that's there. Now we can pull, we have to peel, we have to do the peel. Come on. Ready? Oops, I can't get it. These tweezers are kind of crappy. There we go. Ready. There, that's the angle. Why remove a great screen protector? Because it's not very great. Look how nice and shiny that is for this very moment. It'll never be that nice and shiny again. Okay, let's see. This thing goes up in here. Wow, that is quite a bend to that. Holy moly. I wonder if that was stuck in there at some point and it's just kind of sat there. Let me heat that up and see if I can fix that. 15 minutes before the giveaway. Okay. Let me heat this up and see if I can get it to bend back, because that's a little extreme. Same thing on the bottom. Oh. That's better. And the giveaway is always at the 3-hour mark, plus the count of 3, time it takes to do a count of 3. So we do it every stream. So we'll be back at it next stream. A little bit more on that top one. Oh, I should go in and delete. I forgot to. I did forget. My bad. I forgot to unpin the message and delete it from the links. My bad. Delete it from the description, I mean. There we go. Now it's gone. Okay, I need to heat this up again. Introduce a opposite bend. Folks still here? What do we got? That'll be what it is. It's at least there. That's good. And then there are a couple of screws that go on the side. Now I'm using stainless on most of this build, only because that's what I already had been using. But I've got the black version of these self-tappers. It's gonna go be a little more hidden. So I'm gonna push this down, hopefully. And this is another no ugga-duggas, just till tight. And that's a lot more hidden. Okay. Oops, I did bring 2 of those out. Just forgot. There we go. Okay, where is the cable? Where is my little ribbon cable? Had this up here. What did I do with that? Is it in the box? Not in that box. That's irritating. I just had it. Why don't I have it anymore? There, it's a black FFC cable, slightly longer than this one. I don't think this one, it might reach, but I think I think this is too short. Oh, there it is. I had a little extra thing of stuff here. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. So yeah, a little bit longer, but not a whole lot. Okay, these are always fun. Does this go contacts in, I think? I think that's contacts in. Okay. Mm-hmm. 3x8. Just when this goes on. Let's go to the Colony Clacker page. Get some. Let's go to the Colony Clacker page. Because this is, a lot of this is Colony Clacker stuff. These are all extended parts to bring the skirts out to line up with the extrusion door. So, pull this up. Oh, printers for and GitHub. Go here. And I think, here we are, Colony Clacker. Scroll down. And this is what we have here. We'll have some hinges to put together. Is there any, there's some thickness variance. There have been some tweaks to this since I printed parts. So there's a chance I may need to reprint some stuff. Okay. So this is the door itself instructions, but the skirts is what we're going to be looking at here. So I think we can probably just figure this out. So I had done this one, this piece, and a backer, and an accent piece. These I did with the Hilbert curve first layer with this filament. Just turns out so good. You can see it behind the hexes there. So this is going to go in here, here, and is that all? Is that all the part? Yeah. Then just screw it in with some M2. self-tappers. What series are you talking about there, Andrew? Did I miss something? Series on Apple TV. Hey, Dark Dog. Time Bandits. Oh. I think I remembered watching Time Bandits when it was new. Just kind of threading these in and making sure stuff lines up. Just kind of holding my fingers in place to keep everything lined up where it needs to be. Okay, so those are together. Now, these are going to go on here like this. There's an accent piece, and there's a screw that goes there. Looks like a 8 or 10. Let's go 10. That in place. The screen, it is not. This is the wave share. So what actually comes with the kit when it comes out on this, I'm not sure. This is more a Micron R1 update build rather than a LDO Micron kit. However, I did go with the Leviathan and Nighthawk for the control setup to match what the Micron kit is going to come with. A lot of the reason is because my Manta M8P failed. Oh no, that's fine, Dark Dog, no worries. Repeat questions are usually not a problem. Okay, if you guys remember this piece, I had printed upside down from what they suggested just because the overhangs on some of this was just too difficult to print. So I did it with supports. Since it's, this goes like this. Since it goes in, there we go. I'm gonna loosen this up just to allow this to shift around, but I think those are probably 6s, it looks like. Confirm full Micron kit. I don't think that there's going to be a Micron kit was any secret. Leaving this loose here just to make sure all this lines up first. The fix for the BTT screen, I have mine working awesome. Don't ask me what the fix was though. What? Well, before we talk about a fix, what was the problem? Was there a problem? Okay, so there, there. Oops. Making this line up here a little bit. Screen would jump all over the place all on its own. I mean, I have Big Tree Tech 4.3 and 5-inch screens on things. I don't remember any. I haven't had that issue. Just kind of making sure this lines up pretty good. This should let it screw down. It's only the 3.5 SPI screen. Oh, well, this is the 4.3-inch DSI screen. Okay, yes, it doesn't really matter which of these we plug into. Display 0 and display 1. I guess we'll go into display 0. Cam or display 0. Uh-oh. I thought this was going to be long enough. It's not going to be long enough. Darn it. I need to get the longer cable. Oh well. Okay. So I need to get a longer ribbon cable. This is just too short. That's okay. It'll be handy for another build, I'm sure. That is just too short. Darn it. And I don't have a alternate, I don't think. Okay, so that is fine. Let's go ahead and pull this out so we don't cause any problems. There we go. The only other thing we have to hook up down here is USB between here and here. It's always good to have spare cables on hand. Yeah. Oh boy. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, we got to put the bed on. Let's put the bed on. Then we can put the door on. Put the bed and the door. I want to basically be at the point of, configuration, firmware and configuration and print next weekend. That's the goal. So we'll go here for a little while longer, getting the door on, probably put the back panel on. So all of this, I really like this. This is nice and slim. I like it. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I didn't print the little magnet holders for this either. So that's okay. It holds in place pretty well. I like that. Okay, I think it was 20 millimeters on these. Yeah. So that goes through there. That sits on there. Oh, that's a little long. That's a little long. I don't even know what size this was that I just grabbed. Yeah, that's 20. Can we get away with 16? Stainless steel socket. Let's see if we can get away with 16. Do the back Z covers first, easier. Oh, I do need to put the back Z covers. So that's there. It'll be tight. We'll see if that'll catch. But I think for my thing, I do have 18s. So I think I'm going to use the 18s I have. It's an odd size, but your particular stack up of bed and spacer is going to determine Yeah, I have 18s. Is going to determine what length of fastener you need for this. And I don't really see any reason why I can't just put the bed on and then the rear covers. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't think that's going to be any easier or not. Now, remember, I made little nut spacers here to set this spacing already, and I already moved it back to the CAD position on these. So we can just put these on. Hopefully just set this on and bolt it in place. Get the wiring here. Your back panel isn't on, so I was wrong about it being easier. That's what I kind of figured. You're absolutely right. If the back panel wasn't on, it would, or was on, it would definitely be easier to do it before the bed. Okay, so thermistor into that port, and then the power wires, hot side, neutral side. And that does somewhat matter. The hot side goes straight to the thermal fuse. Okay, now we got to put all these back on here in their right spot. Should set down right there. That has made that easier. See you, John. Those spacers definitely made it easier. It's kind of somewhat settled in the middle there. Go. Look at that. We are getting there. Rear covers. Where are the rear covers? Did I print the rear covers? Why would I not have? I printed the... I'm actually not sure if I printed them. Okay. Let's take advantage of the let's take advantage of the printers that are right here. Brian, how are you doing, man? Let's go into a Micron folder, STLs, Is this going to be under Z drive? Nope. Convenient rack of printers within arm's reach. Exactly. It already has a filament in it that I need. Is it under panels? Z cover A and B. So let's grab those two. Now, the slight problem is that I don't actually have the profile that I use to print these on this computer. But let's see what we do have. Let's go the Core 1. And what do I have? Do I have any Core 1 filament stuff here? I do not. I don't know what I did with that. Let's just grab generic ABS and let's try the speed profile. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Things up a little bit. If I remember right, let's see. This is probably all fine. It's just flat pieces. But I kind of want to I don't remember. No. That's not what I wanted. 0.96. And what was that's not what I want. If filament extruder ID is 0.4, 0.02, that seems low. I'm just guessing from what I did last time. Let's do that. And then should bump this up a little bit. That'll do. Send it to connect. And the 3.9. Set ready and confirm. Pull the remnants off from the last one, but that should sit there and go through. Now, will it be done by the time we're done? That's a good question. Oops, confirm. Filament is wrong. The loaded filament, that's fine. Confirm. It's fine. It's ABS versus ASA. Whatever. Okay, those are gonna print. Because looking at those, I don't remember seeing them. I think I didn't print them because of doing the bed fans instead. And for some reason that meant that I didn't grab any of them. I don't know. But since I didn't have those, we're right back to what was it, Jack? You were saying with the back panel off, it'll be nice and easy, but we're about to put the back panel on. Whatever. Not easy isn't a problem. Ooh, you know what we can do instead? We can do the other colony clacker parts. Give that print a chance to finish. Give that print a chance to finish. It'll be fine. Okay, colony clacker. Let's get colony clacker going. We've got things. Got foam tape. Hardware with pins. A Micron is expensive. It is a small printer with a full printer price. That is for sure. Okay, we got all this stuff and then the extrusions. very slight difference in specific shade of gray. It's just the nature of anodizing. It's gonna be a bigger difference on my V2, but okay, let's go to, so there were some instructions here, so we're going to follow the assembly instructions. Up here, all this stuff. So assembly instructions. Secure magnets with super glue into the latch and corresponding handle piece. Okay. I feel like we've kind of started in the middle. Assembly is intuitive though. Use the provided images for visual guidance if you encounter difficulties. To aid with aligning the door when installing it, a sacrificial layer has been modeled into the lower hinge. Oh, that's a change. That's a new thing. I didn't print that part. Supposedly it makes it easier to install the door though. Okay, let's grab what we have here. So we have door pieces, you know, a lot of this stuff. These are all colony clacker parts. This is a reprinted latch thing. Here's a part. Here's another part. And that's spool holder. Anything else we can dig in there for what we need. Looks like we need magnets. It came with magnets. Get your reamers out if you want it to work awesome and really do the clicky clack when you shut it. Okay. We have some split bushing shims. Where do all of these go? Bottom hinge variants with varying pin offsets for different panel or foam thicknesses. I feel like much of this is new for the new files. I've got some residue, ABS residue on the bottoms of these I want to clean up before we get too far. Heat gun does the trick, nice and quickly. Okay. I had to ream my holes for the pins and bushings. Okay, that's fine. Been like a week when Kyle added different thicknesses and logo handles and hinge. Yeah, I knew there were a bunch of I knew there were file changes. The one that was highlighted was the sacrificial layer on one of the mounts. I didn't realize it was this extensive, but that's okay. We'll if I need to reprint stuff to make things fit right, then that's not a problem. What I do want to see is this whole, everything's in, oh, here we go. Okay, we've got some screw lengths then. So if we start grabbing some of these parts in, okay. So we have here, we need an M3 by 16. And this came with all nice nickel-plated hardware, but to keep with the theme, needs stainless fasteners. Kyle did an awesome job on the R1. Yeah, absolutely. I think this whole build has had very minimal things. Okay, so we're gonna end up with an M3 by 16 there, and an M3 by 20. Bottom one. Okay, just kind of setting up stuff here. Does that push in further? Yeah. But the split bushing goes in here. These little split bushings. Just harder to line up the door when sliding over same length edges. Yeah, that's the explanation I got. So this guy is going in here. That looks like a perfect job for the Knipex pliers. Ah, they did come with N52 magnets. There we go. Right on in. Let's take one more. There we go. Let's go put one in here. It's a 0.5. I was just looking at what's written on them. One tiny little bit just to make sure those are in all the way. Imagine the other side goes into one of these. So now what the question I have is, what if I need to reprint these? How hard is it to get those out? How hard is it to get those out? Magnet. Now, is there any specific, I'm not gonna glue these in because I can already tell they're a pretty tight fit. I'll glue them if I need to, but if you're reprinting, I just destroy the part. Now, that is definitely the way to go. The question is, oh, and there's no flat surface to push that against. The question I would have is, while in destroying the part, I also don't want to scratch up the piece. So it's just being careful doing that. Let's just try pushing this against a flat surface. Virtually anything you will need at the ready during an entire build process sure makes things go smooth. Yeah. Are you talking about just in terms of like other components and things? Let's do this. See if I can attack it from this angle. Put that there, attack it from here. One more. See if I can get enough flat. There we go. Get enough for that. Smaller head screw and hook the head on the bottom of the bushing and pull them out. That's a good call. Not having a flat surface below that to get these in. There we go. Did hear a lot of cracking on that. What is going on with that? I don't know what it was, but that one's in. Now that sets our, we want to make sure that we're matching polarities. Oh, that's interesting. I've got bits of magnet, so I think me pushing that in was breaking off maybe the coating on that magnet. I think that's what I was hearing, is the coating on the magnet. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so if these all go on, this is the hinges? These are the hinges. This is not the door. Oh, is that? I feel like I'm missing parts. And I thought I printed everything. Here, overall view. I do not have two sides of that. Why don't I? Right, but I'm not seeing enough pieces here to be a full door setup. And what is this doing? This is an irritating part of the Core 1. No. This is a very irritating part of the Core 1. It was sitting there waiting for me to confirm that I really meant to put ABS in this machine that I'm trying to print ASA on. Now the thing is going through a filament change process. It's going, because I hit the button before I moved it over to do it anyway, I hit change. So now it's trying to do a filament change. So now I have to put it back in. And now it's got to purge. This is all okay stuff. It's just annoying when you don't need to be babysat as much. It hadn't started printing because it was sitting there waiting for me to confirm that I really meant to print the filament I put in there. And it's the difference between ABS and ASA, because when I loaded the filament, I told it was ASA, whatever. But when I sent the print job, the profile says ABS. So it hasn't even been heating up the chamber. This won't be done by the time my hangry belly says stream is done. Come on, are you done? Yes, it's good. It's done. That's annoying. But what I'm noticing here is I don't think I have all the hinges for the colony placard. Of the things I thought I didn't print, those are not on the list. They wouldn't be anywhere else. If they're anywhere else, they're lost. So that's annoying. That is annoying. Okay, so we have extrusions. These are threaded. Yeah, these are threaded for blind joints. I am missing the other side of these hinges, aren't I? Maybe I just don't see them here. Did I copy the, let's go here. Did I copy the colony clacker CAD? It's door hinge. No. Okay. Let's go here and colony clacker. Let's get that and just make sure where we're at. Yeah. So let's open up a Linux shell. Let's get this started, and I'm in my GitHub folder, so let's git clone this. Let's grab all the files. You have all the door latch, but only half the hinges. Yeah, and that's, I don't know if I'm just not seeing them or if I didn't print them. And it's looking like I didn't print them. But the way I do prints, it's a little puzzling why I wouldn't have them. And then this is taking far too long. I thought I'd fix this. Thought I had fixed this. I was having this trouble that cloning Git repositories was not working a while back, so I reinstalled WSL with a different repo, and then things were working, but now I'm getting back to this timeout error. I know Git, I just learned about Git for Windows, Connor. Do you have a link for me for that? Let's play with that. Here, Git for Windows. There was a PowerShell command to install that. This is where I want. Windows. Here it is. Winget install. Let's do this. I want to try this anyway. I've been wanting to try this for a while. I don't want to fire up WSL if all I'm doing is Git. So let's go here. We have PowerShell, and we're going to grab this command here. Where'd you go? Let's try that. The raid failed. How you doing, Grant? It just means that everyone that was here had a better chance at filament and colony clacker. How'd it fail? What happened? Did you guys just go long or what? Oh. Install. Maybe way over here. Well, I mean, I unpaused it. Made my way over here manually. Ah. It's all good. Okay, installed. So I can close this. This is probably gonna fail. Yeah, I get this, and I don't know why. It worked once I reinstalled it, and then after that, it stopped. So I think if I just go here, that's the other thing is once I start a shell from a Windows Explorer window, that window's useless after that. And I don't know why. Open. So if I'm here, now I should be able to run git commands. Yep. So let's git clone and grab the code here. That work? Yep. Let's try that. There we go. Cool. This thing's still, it's absorbing heat. That part's fine. The other part was annoying. That will make things easier, Connor. I have a coworker who is very, let's see what I did, is a great resource for me for questions like that. And we had just talked about WinGet this last week. I just hadn't gotten around to doing it. I think I have one pair of hinges is what I'm seeing here. I think I have one pair. I think this is a pair. And probably what happened is I didn't get two of them. Usually add the option depth 1 to my git clone. That way we'll only download the top version of all the pieces. Traveled for the past few months. Now I have some spare time. I was looking to build the box turtle for my Trident. How's your experience with it? Is it reliable? My experience with my box turtle on my V2 has been pleasant, mostly. The device itself has been working fine. The one issue that I've had that was the most frustrating was when I did have a partial cut on the filament, which had nothing to do with the box turtle. But when it retracted that filament, it left that piece in the hub. And then getting to the that hub to clear it out was a pain in the neck. But other than that, it's worked every time I've needed to print stuff. I've got stuff that I printed here, printed that on it, printed the 2-color front face there, that kind of stuff. On the hinges, it's got X2 after the name. That's what that means? I know it does. It doesn't mean that I actually hit the X2, the plus button in the slicer. This is done. Get the desktop. I've used it. I don't like it. I'm a big fan of the GUI. Okay, so let's go in here and let's upload from here and Colony Clacker and CAD, and let's get the CAD in here. So, oops, get the CAD in here. Some older projects are very large, so limiting the depth only downloads reduces storage need and bandwidth. That makes sense. This is uploading. Excuse me. I guess I can close that. Don't need that. Waiting for it to, you don't see it. There's, behind me is a little progress bar, and behind the cats is the new thing. Just waiting for it to upload. Found it very useful for frequent push-pull fetch. I do all that in the command line. I think it'll be helpful to have, there it is. I think it'll be helpful to have the Windows version of the command line stuff. I think that's all I need. That's the missing piece for me to make it more useful. Okay. So I have one pair of these. I need to print another. So, and then this comes over here. All of the different versions are in here. It's some Azure Blue ABS or ASA out on the line. What is all this over here? Door Micron handle assembly. Oh, I see. I think it's the hinges assembly. I don't know. Community Core 1 MMU3 buffer works just as well as the MMU3 did on the 4S. Oh, okay. No real issues yet. Took a week to make though. Yeah. My problem at this point is I don't have room for it. It won't fit in my shelf here. I could put it on the other Core 1 or move the other Core 1 in here, put this one somewhere else. Okay, what do we have left on here? Because I really do want to be basically at I want to be basically at the point of doing firmware stuff next week. But I've got colony clacker stuff to finish and panels to finish. Well, that doesn't mean we can't do firmware. Okay, the thing we're gonna do to finish off today is we are gonna put the back panel on. Since I've screwed up the colony clacker and the rear Z covers, my penance will be installing the rear Z covers while the back panel is on. So let's get the back panel on. A little scratch there. Otherwise, got a little scratch there and a little scratch there. But otherwise, it's looking pretty good. See you, Jed. This is acrylic, but I do want to get these little fingerprints off that I just put there while I was dropping it. Okay. And just make sure any of these others. Oh, does that come off? No, that one's a scratch. I think they both are. Okay, this is gonna go on here. That goes on there. Got a bunch of panel clips. And can we put the is that? There it is. Okay, and then we have the filament inlet piece. It's gonna go in here and on here. So what is that? 3 by 10 or bigger? Looks like 12. Three by 12s. Yep. Okay, so I think this goes on here, and then we have 2 self-tappers to hold it together. I think I can just slide this up into there. Okay. These guys come over here. Wow, I got really close. Just guessing that. Just leave that loose so it doesn't screw up the foam sliding. Yeah. Yep. Yep. This will end up going hopefully up into there. Or does my, yeah. So I think, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, that my foam goes all the way pretty much close to the end. But if I try to push this up in here, oh, I see. Okay. So I should put the accent piece on after the panel's in place. That's what I want to do. I'll just, like you just, I think what you just said is leave that accent piece loose. I'm going to do that. There we go. Okay, so that goes there. We can put the little filament part on. I already have a heat set there. This is just in 3 by 6s. This is my part. Okay, so that, and then I have a piece of PTFE handy. Thought I did. But I had a piece of PTFE right here. One of the most common things in my shop that I just had, and it's, oh, it's a piece. I'm just using this to line up the hole, which that doesn't go through. Let's see. Hey, Jason. Let's just go through here. No. So the 4mm reamer. Reamer. We will use that to get this lined up. This loose. Where'd the other screw go? Okay, whatever. Okay, not tight. Not tight. Well, just by hand, because it's not going to be much, or at least I hope by hand. There we go. Okay, now with that, like that. Just tighten this down a little bit. Through. Okay. So that's on. There's a 12. I think it's 12. Yeah, it goes up down through there to clamp that in when the time comes. Go, leave that loose. Now we have a bunch of panel clips to put on. I did go with the no tool. It'll set up here. Got 4 of these I'm gonna need. And they still have the marks on them, or the stress marks on them, so let me get rid of those real quick. Some tweezers. Keep from burning myself. Yep. Okay. So let's see. Yep, that kind of slid up into there. This will all shift. Maybe this will be the better view. Yep. Dark, but it's fine. These go up. I'll lock into there. Does that go that way? Is that right? Yeah. That works. Yeah. So these go in and then spin clockwise, lock into place. There's a little shape to the piece. Yeah, those are nice. I like them. Do you print the standard or skinny versions of the twist lock? Mine keep on warping. These things? I just printed, I don't know, what's standard or skinny? Are they all out in the files? I printed whatever was out there. What was Pooch been up to? I haven't heard or seen from him in a while. He's a busy man. He's all over the place. Have you seen all, oh, there's the screw I think I was missing. He seems to be popping up everywhere. I don't know if these are twisting the ends in there, but they seem to be, it seems to be locking on okay. So that's like that. Back panel, and then you've got a bunch of these. Probably need 3 of these. Let me get them. Okay. There are 2 different STLs for them now in the repo. I don't remember paying attention. Hey, it's starting to print. Or it's doing the bed mesh at least. I'll look at the repo and see if it rings a bell. I got those awfully close to center, just looking at it. Looks pretty good. And then there is this goes here. There will be another one of these goes in there. Now, when the panel's on top here, I imagine that's going to be a whole lot more sturdy. But I don't really want to put the panel on it at this point. Oh, that's something we can do. And I picked the perfect time to do it, apparently. Bye. Apparently, I picked the perfect time to do it because I just put the rear cover on, or the back panel on, and I printed, oops, this guy. So Hartk had sent this, sent a file like this over for a cover for the Nighthawk. And there it goes. Cover for a Nighthawk. And I modified it. There was a solid one and then one with the LDL logo, and I modified it for a little hex pattern. Enclosure to get shipped to me. And there's a little bit of cleanup needed. So let's clean it up, install that. So just little bits of little hangies, that's all. And I added some ribs here. I figured probably make it so it's not as easy to grab and snap along these little things. The little rib in there wasn't there before. Yeah. So it survived a fall. Hexagons are always the bestagons. Use this with the magnets on it. So what do we have here? We're probably about looks like a 16, M3 by 16. is what we're going to use to attach it. Don't know if I can get an angle at this that'll actually be useful. I guess that's not horrible. So these two screws come out here. This. Actually, it had a lot of hard time with inside the, let's see. See the goober in there? I don't know why. I looked at the slicer preview. I have no idea where that came from. Wow, that's a pretty significant. Oh, I know where that came from. That's my fault. Okay, that's my fault. That I extruded that rib down and I didn't realize that it went. I didn't pay attention to that. So I'll just cut it out. That's my fault. There we go. Yeah, that's, you can see in there, that's this rib that I extruded down to this surface and didn't realize that that extended into the pocket. So let's just do a real quick cutting that out. And I'll go and fix that file before I upload my edit. This mount, the Nighthawk mount. So that's a edit of the files that are out there for the. Remember, I'm using what they call the mandible tool, the BMG, the regular BMG extruder on here. So it needs a few different pieces from the norm. So if you're using the BMG gears for your extruder, then this is what you'd use. I am going to throw all the stuff I've done on GitHub. I just haven't gone through and made the new folder structure I want. Let me heat this up just to get the stress marks from cutting it up to blend in. There we go. Okay. Now, mount for the board to the motor is what I was looking at. Yeah, this mount, and then there's I'm using the Revo PZ, so I made a little mount for it. That's right, I was gonna go in here and hold this in place and get a little better idea of how long a fastener I need. Yeah, I think 16 is right. And I'm not sure. We'll see. Where are the 16s? Is that them? No, that's 18. And that works. I like it. Let's see. I've heard a tiny, tiny crack. I don't know what that was. So, oh yeah. So that is a thing I need to edit. So here, this cover is really, I think, designed around the Galileo, the G2 version of the extruder. And I think this spot right here is interfering. Oops. Come on. Whoop. I think that's interfering right there. So this needs to jut in a bit. That does not impact the other side. The other side tightened down, but over here I can see. So since I'm gonna want to redo this anyway, let's just confirm. Do a little mark here. Well, it's right here, right along there, I think. So tighten it down. But right here needs to go. So let's just do this. Right like that. And let's go in here and make sure that's clean. Carve in a chamfer and a fillet here. Okay. Then a little it's amazing what heat does. Little heat, all the little white spots gone. My little zip tie on this side, little zip tie right there is in the way, but I don't think it'll stop it. It'll just flex out of the way. There we go. Andrew. Well, I've almost stopped a few times now when I've been running into little issues, but my will to get, there we go. My will to try to be on firmware next week is strong. How is your clearance for the tool head cover to the umbilical? What do you, does that tell you? Yeah, that's pretty good. Everything on this side is fine. You can get to the little switch, little reset switch there, and then the boot switch is there, or vice versa, whichever. Oh. Okay. I don't think I'll even reprint that. I don't see a need to. It's now I'll edit the file, but I don't think I'm going to reprint it for my build here. How are we on this? What time is it? Almost 3. 5 hours. That's what we've been going for. 5 hours. That's not bad. Apparently I was carving on that over the printer. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to reprint it. I think it's fine. Everything fits real well. Oh, let's double check. We don't have any clearance issues back here. No? I don't know if when the panel's here, this print is almost done. It's like 3 minutes away. We're gonna get these Z covers on one way or another. While we're waiting, I guess, look at it. We've got, so these Z covers have an additional little piece that snaps on just to give a little extra coverage for any debris, keeping debris out of the things. So there's spots for them. So let's put those on. There's one. So these guys, and they just press in. So you go in here and then twist the belt into the spot. Just straight down. And these were a pretty tight fit. They're not coming out. Look at that. That's looking good. That's looking pretty fantastic. Screwed down to the Z drive and forgot it. I had that happen. I've had that happen. So we have 2 more of those. They are all good to go. For the back. Touchscreen is never going to be that clean again. Here, I'll just, oops, shoot. There, now I've got 2 corner cams. Looks like a dark gray. The texture really reflects a lot of light, so gets the little points on it reflecting, so gives it that illusion of being a lot lighter. This is looking like a complete printer though, especially with the back panel on it. So the list of things I need to do before next week. I need to make sure that I have colony clacker parts printed. I need to re-drill the holes in the bottom panel. This is Sirayatech ASA glass fiber. The same stuff I used on the black box build. And that print just finished. Same stuff I used on the black box build. The bezel design is awesome. It has a sort of built-in hinge and it press fits on the top. What part are we talking about? Oh, for the display. Yeah. Well, there's tabs that go in here at the top, and these screws there's a screw on either side that just kind of holds this in. Okay, let me grab these parts. Yeah. See how it did for a complete guess at the settings. These parts, it'll be fine. Maybe, yeah, I don't see any real problems with those. I mean, they're just flat parts. This one goes here. There we go. Okay, so this just needs to move. Oh, no, not that much. There. You out of the way. Okay, so then this is just squeeze and pinch. Just kind of getting the nuts in about the right spot. There we go. They are bed fans as far for like air circulation, for forcing air out from under the heated bed to helps heat the chamber quicker and consistently. Correct. So the Nevermore is for filtration. These are for just a lot more air blowing along the sides of the bed to just kind of get that. Yeah, the Nevermore helps for sure, but I think oh. Can never have enough fans, right? All the circulation. There we go. Nothing indexing this, so just kind of holding it in place to square everything up. These guys can go in. I think this is just like that. Oh, apparently I go a different way. No? It's just a very, very tight fit. There we go. And one more. Yeah, that actually pushes that, and that's probably print settings. But it's not coming out of there. Okay, that is probably about as far as we can get today. Which is pretty good. Looks like a printer. Has all the pieces. That's really good. I gotta remember to pull the little stops before we try anything. But yeah, that's looking pretty darn good. We'll have extrusion door out front. It'll be pushed off by foam tape. Loading tube in the inside is done. Yep. I need to find, I'm not gonna go searching for it because I've done enough of that today, but I'm gonna use the 2.5 ID tubing I have. So, and coming in from here, when we put the top panel on, this'll I think stiffen up. But yeah, I think that is a stream of progress. So much time. Thanks, Derek. So much time on wiring. Can I drop this on its top? Yeah, sort of. So much time on wiring. I need to get a ribbon cable. Then I'm gonna probably look for like a 4-inch USB cable. Black tube. I do have some 3mm ID black, but I think I want to run the 2.5. So, okay. We are good. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to Polymaker for letting us give away filament, and LDO for the colony clacker giveaway. Thanks for all the gifted memberships, and thanks for hanging out for over 5 hours today. There is a very good chance that we're going to do the member stream this Saturday. There is a small chance I will get busy on prepping for Orange County. There's a lot of stuff I've been working on that would push us to the following weekend. So just keep an eye out. I don't want to commit to Saturday if I get a wave of motivation working on something to get ready for the next show. But we will do it this month. So with that, hope you have a good rest of your weekend. A good week, and we'll see you at least here next Sunday, and we're going to turn this thing on. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.